Hello. All right. The moment has arrived. Make or break is a strong word. I don't think it's make or break for a lot of people, but I do think a fair few people are looking for light at the end of the tunnel with regards to, let's say, the damage caused by Set 21. Set 21 just kind of blew a hole in everything in a way that was not particularly enjoyable. So yeah, I have seen a few clauses. I have not seen too much. Let's just go through the dang thing. Also, a beta for rematches started today, which is something I was very much anticipating. I did not realize it was happening today. I looked at Steam and got fucking jump scared. It's like, boom, hey, rematch beta. I'm like, oh shit. I didn't even know that was an option. Which set was 21? The one with the dad bod Datacron and the Sidious Datacron, and I'm frankly blanking out at this point because I'm already way the fuck over it. The one with a bunch of stuff that's good on offense and not good on defense. After a yeah. All right. Well, I'm gonna start with the FDCs because it's more annoying to get to. So I would rather not have to go through this. It was like 4 clicks. It's not that bad, but I'm being a little shit. All right, first up. I was speculating that they might wait until Mace came out to kick this off, but it looks like we are going straight into it. Actually, first, no, we'll get there. It's number 4 on the list. We'll get there. All right, level 3. Use a basic gain speed up. You have a lot of counter chance. Obviously, Keller and Beck assist will hit this. As far as level 3s go, it's not like earth-shattering, but you get plenty of value off of that. You're never sad to see that. Start the battle with damage immunity. This can matter sometimes, but you're always looking for, like, can't be dispelled here. Again, it's, like, not earth-shattering. It's, like, a little bit of incremental value. Whenever is defeated by a Jedi Vanguard ally, that enemy can't be revived. That will hit shit like Datacron. Doesn't hurt to have. Jocasta do. Jocasta gains 50% TM when other allies use a special on their turn. This will be super useful to her game plan. Just help her try to juice the snipe even more. I'll be curious once it's playable to see if we can, like, try to really crank it up. There's still, of course, like, the relationship between Keller and Beck and Jocasta do is weird because you can't guarantee the foresight going to her that sometimes you'll play the team and she'll just get like 45% TM off of one Keller and Beck button, and sometimes she'll get 0. But either way, if anything, that just means, hey, we're happy to have a little bit more consistent TM source to her. Level 15, Temple Guard. Whenever Temple Guard is inflicted with a debuff, they taunt for 2 turns. I think that's the Datacron from set 16. Not all of it, of course, but like debuff reactive taunt. I mean, this is what we were missing in the kid yesterday, right? I'm a little bit sad to see it here instead of there. But at least we're seeing it somewhere, I guess. Whenever Temple Guard taunts, all Jedi Vanguard allies get a stack of courage. Can't be dispelled or prevented. Are we talking courage about, like, Padme lead courage? Or are we talking about, like, I know there's, like, high morale stuff in events. I'm assuming it's just straight up, like, Padme lead. So anytime he's inflicted with a debuff, or you inflicted with 5 debuffs, they will get 40% all damage to spend. That's a pretty solid level 15. Stats, crit avoidance, pens are so, especially after that conversation on the Discord yesterday. I am extremely over pen. If you are not using this on like a strength attacker, I have a very hard time carrying. I understand that it's like a 3-digit number that's like almost up to 200%, but you gotta understand it's a percentage of a flat value that for most characters is pretty small. I don't know, man. This Datacron to me is 45% crit avoidance, 80% tenacity. Tiny. I mean, what is Jocasta's penetration? Let's start there. Jocasta new. Yeah, her resistance pen is 217. It's like slightly above average for non-strength attackers. Does she ramp it at all? I don't remember it ramping much of anywhere. Yeah. Her damage ramps. But yeah. And also, obviously, we're happy to see the tenacity combined with... Well, are we? Is that counter synergy? Ooh. Okay, we have major questions for what Temple Guard's base tenacity is. It would be real unfortunate to get a reactive talent clause pair with, like 100 base tenacity plus 80 on the Datacron. It'd be fucking tragic. If this was attempted to inflict with a debuff, different conversation. Very, very different conversation. Alright, he's not on .gg yet. Alright, well, major questions for when we can see Temple Guard stats. For sure, for sure. Why did I click out? Okay. Directed Critic. All in all, yeah, it's a solid FTC. This will definitely, like, help kick off the Vanguard period. I mean, how far away are we from Mace? Like 4 weeks? 3 weeks? Possibly 5 weeks, even. Stretcher, level 3, first time Shore is defeated, they are revived with 100% health, gain protection every time you take a bonus turn. This would be nice in some spots. The majority of applications I can think of don't really happen anymore. You think like, oh, this could eat a cat nuke and survive or come back. But like, nobody's posting JMK right now, so that's not a real use case. Whenever an Empire ally deals damage to an enemy and no other enemy is ability blocked, inflict ability block for 1 turn on the target enemy, which can't be evaded or resisted. This is always an effect that is way better than it reads. Particularly, like, the fact that AoEs always hit the lead is pretty noteworthy. Death Trooper level 9. Whenever another ally uses an ability on their turn, Death Trooper assists a little bit once per turn, dealing 50% more damage. Yeah, I mean, it's all effects. Support. This is just a return of support cron. Which, like, this makes a lot of sense, right? Like, you imagine that CG looked at Set 16 and they were like, this was cool. We want to use it again, but maybe to a lesser dose. But, like, using FTCs as a way to, like, run it back, but in a single serving sample size. That does make a lot of sense. Maybe I prefer to see, like, Tank Cron return or something over support, but support only being a one of, I think, will make things more interesting. Right? It's the, as far as I'm remembering, didn't like support crons kind of usher in a cheese meta just because everyone was just like finding ways to just one shot the enemy team on offense? It's deeply kind of unfun. But only one of these kind of limits what damage it can do. Okay. Credit credit is in the lead slot. All allies are immune to daze, and whenever enemies inflicted with ability block, all allies recover 20% protection. All allied tanks taunt for 2 turns and gain a stack of insight until the end of the encounter. If an allied IPD is present, Krennic gains an additional stack of insight. If he has 10 stacks of insight, whenever an enemy is inflicted with ability block, they are inflicted with ability block until the end of the encounter, which can't be dispelled or resisted. Or prevented. Wait, is this like... Is this a hint? Is this like, hey, ISB might exist in the future and might pick up insight as like a mechanic? I know this is a little bit copium, but it actually makes a lot of sense because insight came in from, it It was introduced on Moff Gideon to represent the fact that he had researched everyone that he was going after. So insight is already kind of emblematic of research, which is what the ISB does. I mean, it's entirely possible this will be the extent of it, but this might be and/or foreshadowing to a degree. All right, so what the hell? The locked ability block is crazy. All right, what's... I'm just gonna use .gg. I'm not leaving this page again. Krennic. I know Death Trooper got the bonus turns. I don't know that Krennic does. Okay. Yeah, Krennic is not cheating out turns manually. Whenever an enemy is inflicted with ability block, all allies recover 20% protection, all allied tanks stop for 2 turns, and gain a stack of insight until the end of the encounter. If IPD is present, Krennic gains 2 insight. Whenever an enemy is inflicted with ability block, Krennic gains 2 stacks. Can you just, like, jam JML outflux? It has to be a successful inflict, though. Also, crucially, if Krennic has 10 stacks whenever an enemy is inflicted, so even if, let's say, you run Krennic JML, you slam Flux, you get 10 inside stacks immediately, those would not be locked. If I'm understanding this as it's written, right? You wouldn't need to get a second one fired off. I mean, okay, this sounded like a really long quest at first, but if it's not limited to one ability block per turn in terms of tracking, you might be able to cheat this out fucking fast. This might actually be practical. .gg. So obviously Darth Vader with Merciless Massacre could just, like, 5x basic. I believe for A's brother it's only on, like, build grind. GI AoE is very true. Critically Prince ability block. Isn't it like AB on crit or something? Didn't I use that with, like, IPD bonus or some shit? Debuffed enemies who are critically hit during an Empire ally's turn suffer ability block for 1 turn. Krennic lead LV question mark? He debuffed before his first turn. What's his lead exactly? It's no speed lead. Cal is immune to ability block. He does not make his team immune. Well, isn't that tragic? You don't get to do lessons except for himself. Or only he can do lessons, nobody can actually utilize him. Come on. Someone is immune to ability block. I know Beskar is because of the stance, but that alone isn't enough either. Question number 2. Start of each encounter. So Krennic lead LV Scorch would get the pre-dot. I don't know if that's like a meaningfully significant for everything else that would possibly break, but it's funny. I mean, okay. Do we care more about fishing for ability blocks, or should we just look for like good Empire sources of going fast? Snowtrooper is vaguely funny, but I don't think it's entirely real. Nah, but we can't use Apocron with credit lead. Damn. Alright. I mean, TFP Critic was a thing that I messed around with before. It's like not great, not terrible. It was built off of TFP bonus turns, crucially, not his base TM gain. Yeah, I don't know. Darth Vader might end up being the appeal here. This might actually be kind of the return of Darth Vader. The real hard thing about this is, okay, at one point, are we overrating this? Like, what's a squad that would just be chill with having it happen to them that is not a GL? Amidala comes to mind. CLS, but I don't know that CLS is going to be able to solo LV. Granted, I guess I don't know if Amidala can either. He'll credit before he gets 10 insight. I mean, we've been through that with Datacron. Like, you get into real fucking. I've been here before. I played these games before. I built an L3 for motherfucking tenacity because it was like, well, if we resist the expose before the tenacity down gets applied, she can live. It gets real stupid real quick, but it can work. Amidala I associate as just like having really strong basics, right? Master Qui-Gon is of course a banger. Amidala basic just calls Master Qui-Gon, therefore is by extension a Master Qui-Gon basic. Bad Batch. Yeah, Bad Batch probably doesn't give a shit, I guess. What's support cron? Sure. I forget, is support cron on the credit cron? I completely blanked out on that aspect. Yes, it is. But I don't know if Krennic will get the credit for it. I forget, is Krennic or is Krennic lead unresistible? This effect cannot be resisted. That's a salty buff? Yeah, I don't. Pragmatically, the best people to apply Krennic lead are not going to be supports, I think. That's not like a global rule, but I believe that will typically be true. Yeah, interesting. Also a pretty decent Kron. Remediota. But why Chronic Adult? Yeah, you just put your opponent on basic for the rest of the encounter. Alright, first time each light side ally reaches 75, 50, and 25% health, grant their protection up. It's a decent effect that I've enjoyed in the past, but I want to say it was frequently paired with 75% damage reduction. I mean, holistically, just read this as plus 150% locked protection up. Like, it's not bad by any means. I'm never sad to see that. There are ways to go under them. Whenever a Jedi ally gains foresight, they deal 20% more damage until the end of battle. Yeah, we've seen this, just like double damage. Solid effects. JK bonus turn, solid effects. When Jedi allies have 100% health, they have 100% offense, otherwise they have 100% defense. At the start of their turn, if they are buffed, they gain advantage for one turn, otherwise they gain tenacity up. Okay, so we just got like 200% offense. They're just really trying to push Jedi on offense. Harpy did a level 15. Oh, also, 60% offense, 50% crit chance, 80% potency. Yeah, still pretty timid with the FTC stats. I'm sure people will see 60% offense and put it on Rey, and it'll be shit. Basically just a 60% offense grunt. The crit chance might help for some characters, like Krennic might even need it. Well, this is 80% health, 150% defense, 35% crit avoid. Jedi are actually a little bit sad to see this crit avoid, I think, although it would possibly hit 3v3 JML if you're trying to post this shit. Because it does help JML tech against Dash. This is like pretty decent Datacron stats, right? This is getting there. This is like above average. Level 15 Hermione. Whenever Hermione uses his basic ability, he reduces his cooldowns by 1. It doesn't have to be on his turn, so lessons to him. You could like work on Master's Training really fast, I guess. That would wait. Well, the lessons already. The moment that you call him once, lessons already reset, so I don't think that's anything special. Stacking health can be a gift or a curse because Hermione ends up taking percent health damage a lot. You think about like fighting Malik drains and shit. Or even like Hermione against LV, if that was on the menu. The health stacking is possibly a bit of a liability. Whenever Hermione gains a stack of Jedi lessons, all Jedi allies gain a stack of Jedi lessons? Like, that's huge. That's like almost immediate JM ult. That's nuts. Okay, so we have turbo JMO ults that you're just gonna like call Hermione a couple of times, JKL stunned, immediately JK ult, have it all again. Yeah, this Jedi Lessons clause is possibly. I mean, JKL bonus turns cycling is like cute. It like makes his stun a little bit more present in a fight. I think it just makes the character feel way more worth running broadly. This is the biggest thing for JML. Also, notably though, if you are buying into JML turbo ults, crucially, you are not getting any protection. Right? This seems like a very deliberate choice by CG to make it not be protection on a JML centric run. I mean, it's a solid set of stats, right? You throw something like this with Barris, crit avoid notwithstanding, and you'll be pretty decently happy. Definitely not a JML run. It really depends on how crucial this turbo JML ults ends up being. We're literally talking like JML turn 2 ults. Oh, did I see Dark Side right? I saw it. It's one of the things I got spoiled on. 140% crit damage, 150% defense. This is better. Although crit damage rolls are pretty high, this might be like... what, it's like 35s on the 4 and 5, and then 25s on the 1 and 2. 50, 85. This is like barely above rate for naturally rolled Datacrons. It's like the defense is slightly lower than what's possible, and the crit damage is slightly higher. So yeah, this still doesn't strike me as egregious. Potency is a fake stat. Whenever Sith Trooper critically hits an enemy, Sith Trooper gains stacking, crit damage, defense, and offense. Obviously a very good character to have this on. He's like kind of the poster child of what you would want to have this on. This might help him... I mean, we're kind of at a point with like Relic 9 being more present, Datacrons having bulk stats being a more presence, that Sith Trooper isn't really who he used to be. This might help bring him back. Like, there was a time where Sith Trooper just slamming a bonus turn was like, whoa. I guess maybe if this is in the mix, then maybe that's less whoa still, but it's still at least enough to like make you have to respect him. Yeah, good effect. Whenever first order allies are critically hit, they gain crit damage stacking until the end of the encounter. Okay, so finish me fast or get hosed. You could kind of fight against this by using JML lessons to call Herbie Yoda. The first time each dark side ally is defeated, remaining dark side allies gain stacking speed and offense. Yeah, respectable effect for the squad. First time each Sith ally is reduced below 50% health, they inflict doubt on all enemies for 1 turn. So we're only really talking that for Sith Trooper and Rey, right? Obviously, this has plug and play flex value. Defense and crit damage also being like stats that Trey is not unhappy to see at all. I don't know if many people have like crit damage modding association for Trey like I do, but if you give her the crit chance secondaries, she will use them. Same for Talon. Yeah, very good Datacron. I mean, obviously with the Rey bonus turns as well, but yeah, whenever it's a turn, she takes a bonus turn, deals 100% more damage, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Obviously, this has prospects for defense. Also, I think if you weren't already on bulk Rey at this point, I kind of imagine you have to be. Like 3x defense, 4x health Rey. Okay. Chief Nebbit focused Datacron. That is not Nebbit. That is also not Nebbit. Start of the encounter, the weakest ally gains 20% TM for every light side ally. The return. I guess Temple Guard Omicron is actually incredibly funny in the context of this being printed, huh? You do all the work to be like, alright, who's my weakest ally gonna be? And he's just like, no, the fuck you're not. You could have the Terminator. We're not taking the Terminator away, but you do not get to play until like roughly turn 13 or 14. That's incredibly funny. Whenever IG-11 loses taunt, remove 50% TM from all enemies. This is an effect that I think continues to be like better than it sounds, but has never actually like showed up as mattering in a lot of cases. That it's hard to be like, yeah, this will be the one. But I reactive 50% TM removal can't be that bad. K2 was the best effort. That was the problem. Like, if it wasn't good on K2, who the fuck would it be good on? But the problem is K2 is a little bit too debuffable as well, right? And IG-11, like, just... not that this ever typically matters about him not being a tank, but it does mean that, like, abuse cases like tank tech just aren't on the table for IG-11. Quill. Whenever Quill damages an enemy with a special and the enemy doesn't have armor shred, inflict armor shred. This is pretty meaningless. It's like technically a cute nod to like Queel armor or like Mandalorian cast or whatever, but this does not matter. Start a battle, Jalo allies gain 100% bonus protection until the end of the encounter, and all enemies are afflicted with provoked for 2 turns, which can't be resisted but is dispellable. Whenever an enemy takes damage from a thermal debt expiring, recover 5% health protection, gain TM. There's an 80% chance that enemy is afflicted with a thermal debt. The start of battle, if all their allies are Jawa, Queel, or IG-11, all allies gain the droid, Jawa, and Scoundrel check for the rest of the battle. Whenever taunts, he dispels it, grants taunt to IG-11 for 2 turns, and gains a bonus turn. That makes more sense. So for the most part, my assumption would be that this isn't going to extend Jawa's reach, right? This will be a little bit more win more. More than likely, this Datacron is just going to be co-opted for its LSTM plus 60% CD, 45% health is like not a horrible stat package. It's below rate, but it's not god-awful. And the health still doesn't hurt either. Yeah, if you're posting something that's Jawa-able, I would already tell you just don't. I would pull that shit. There's not many teams I'm willing to pull for, but Jawa is just like, I mean, hey, whatever, man. We're in a deficiency meta, so actually maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm dead ass wrong. I mean, this will make their regen better again, so maybe I flip back to being right. Like, if you're Maul against Jawa, so they get like a 57, kind of who gives a shit if you lose. But I guess in this case, they might not get a 57 anymore. Yeah, this to me is like the clear winner. All right. Now for the main show. Start the turn with 2 buffs, gain 5% off in stacking. Damage by percent health, recover 2% health. Not terrible. Dark Side Eyes recover 2% health whenever they critically hit an enemy. Fish AOT. This is the part where I tell you that I actually haven't finished it yet. Dark Side Allies recover 2% health whenever they critically hit an enemy. Pseudo health steal for people who don't have it. There are some characters that match that description, but it's not too terribly much. Whenever Dark Side allies start their turn with fewer than 3 buffs, they regen. Kind of too small to matter. Whenever Dark Side allies are dispelled at the end of the turn, they gain potency but tenacity up. That's not bad. It's not earth-shattering, but that will hit more often than it won't. My eyes immediately went to light side bulk, so yeah, light side bulk is still in. Fair enough. Whenever light side allies resist debuff, they recover 2% health and protection. Whenever light side allies gain tenacity up, they gain protection up. Whenever light side allies critically hit enemy rolls 4 times, whenever light side allies use a basic, they gain speed up. It's kind of the same as the Jocasta. I mean, yeah, it's light side bulk, right? Light side bulk with everyone's talking about defense crons being back, so LS bulk plus defense. Is it weird to say that I'm actually a little bit skeptical on defense crons being that good? It felt like we had kind of reached a point where 450% defense crons would like hit certain matchups, but a lot of matchups were just getting overkilled that it kind of didn't matter anyway. It's maybe could be a sort of thing where like set 21 it matters less, and then set 21 goes away and like it matters more. We'll have to see with that. Faction level 6 clone trooper, specifically designed to spite Bad Batch 2. I guess this is also for LV in the future. It does skew. Well, this is probably Dark Side plus Clone Trooper, huh? Maybe Dark Side Clone and Dark Side Mando. Gungans have to be light side, Jedi have to be light side, so two piece. CG kind of playing cheeky with its dark and light side clone. Interesting. First time each Clone Trooper ally falls by 50%. One cooldown and turn meter. Not that good. Whenever Clone Trooper ally defeats an enemy, they take a bonus turn. Not that good. Whenever Clone Trooper allies start their turn with at least 2 debuffs that can be dispelled, they have a 65% chance to dispel. The problem with this effect is that this effect is RNG, meaning there are times where it will feel incredibly good, but even when it feels good, you can never really be like, I should do this in the future, because it might just not happen and spite you. Whenever debuff on enemy expires, Clone Trooper allies gain 2% turn meter. That is obviously the standout so far for at least like Dark Side clones. Gas isn't debuffing too terribly often. We're talking like Gas AoE days, 5's basic. Echo Grenade against droids. That's kind of it. It's interesting that we're getting options to select between plus TM or plus offense, though. Reasonable question of whether or not Dark Side clones might not just prefer offense. Major immediate question is this per debuff or is this per dispel on a person, right? LV does an AoE, you do a team assist or team cleanse. Are we talking 10% offense or are we talking 60? Those are two very, very different tempos. But yeah, I imagine the majority of the set is going to be between these two. Everyone talks about Bad Batch. I mean, Bad Batch are just kind of out. Maybe this could be a boost of like Shock Batch. For sure. But I don't know what it'll be used against. No, it's just when the debuff expires. Which means even like plug and play could contribute to it. The return of the Gungan, but no Gungan long. Whenever debuff enemy expires, gain 2% potency and tenacity. We've seen that sort of tenacity effects matter before with like Wookiees. I don't know if it's gonna matter too terribly much here. At least that I can think of, it would not. Maybe like Zori against Gungans. Yeah. Whenever Gungan allies use a special ability during their turn, they stun target enemy. That is high impact. That's kind of fucking spooky. Okay. Whenever Gungan allies critically hit enemy during their turn, they gain 10% offense attacking for 2 turns. Gungans are actually just very interested in doing a good amount of damage and just trying to end the fight very fucking quickly. That I can't rule this out. But the fact that it has to be during their turn kind of hurts. It's always been kind of the main thing, restraining this effect from being like really good. Whenever Gungan allies have full health and protection at the start of their turn, they deal 100% more damage on their turn. Having it be full protection, obviously they're very good at chilling at like a 99% protection, and they do have a fair amount of protection regen. I don't know, they might actually be able to satisfy this fairly often. This does come off as competitive. Like, if you just go Boss Nass TM Opener into combo, and you don't get interrupted or anything, you will just have that on. Whenever Gungan ally deals damage to an enemy and no other enemy is blinded, inflict blinds. Can't rule that one out. Kind of like the ability block one, right? You can never really say it'll be useless, but I don't think it's going to be the go-to. Opportunistic meta tech as usual. Yeah, it's really between damage and bonus turn, depending on I mean, if you're posting on defense, I would assume you want stun. It really depends on what's beating them on defense nowadays. It's been quite a minute. I assume Dadbot would just like eat them alive. So you wouldn't even consider that until after set 21 goes. So don't worry about it for the time being. Start of each Mandalorian ally's turn, if they had not taken damage since their last turn, they gain offensive and crit chance up. I mean, Maul Anguish, I assume. Well, is Maul Anguish damage or loss? Do we not see what Anguish is in his unique? Specifically says takes damage, so yeah, I don't think this will just be like free. Does it say it has to be damage from enemies? Maybe that would be different. But anyway, I don't think this effect seems very good. Bo-Katan doesn't use offense for her ancestral true damage. Also, just very often you're taking hits on everyone. Like the people who would be taking hits, you don't really care about their offense. Not that good for Dark Side Mandos because you're not building Gar IOC for speed anyway. Not that good. Start a battle of Mandalorian allies gain retribution, which can't be dispelled. That is pretty good for Gar IOC. I do not hate that for them. Like, obviously, IOC already has 100% counter chance, but this just means Gar is guaranteed to counterattack, which is a bigger deal than it sounds. Risk goes up and counters a lot of the AI, just happens to target Gar, and he's asleep at the wheel. The end of the turn, Mandalorian allies gain defense pen up and offense up. For what are we doing here? We're not taking turns. It's dispellable too, so even if you build Gar IOC for speed, it's like not that rewarding. They do take turns eventually, that like it would still be value, but Maul spawns in with Retribution, so this is just like offering him a locked version, I guess. Whenever Mandalorian allies attack at a turn, they have a 25% chance to remove 10% turn meter from the target. They attack at a turn so much that this might actually represent pretty decent value. Obviously, it's got the RNG component, but at some point, like, I don't know, man, they're attacking like 9 times. Problem is, a lot of it is on counterattacks, and I don't think TM removal on counterattacks achieves much of anything. It would theoretically if it was like someone, like if Maul was counterable and IOC countered a Maul who like took a bonus turn and put himself back at 100, maybe that would like interrupt him, but that's not really happening. Whenever Mandalorian allies critically hit, they gain 100% crit avoidance and crit chance for 2 turns. That is something Bo-Katan is more interested in, to be sure. I mean, both sides are fairly interested. Yeah, for me, it's between Retribution and CA for Dark Side, and probably just CA for Light Side. Jedi Vanguard has a long. Why did Jedi Vanguard have, well, I guess Temple Guard is just an FDC, or like a marquee FDC, right? This isn't a part of the set. This is more like an Apocron, so I guess it makes sense that he's within the set. Nah, fuck him. I don't know, whatever. Anyway, if all as a Jedi Vanguard start a battle, they gain 100% protection up for 1 turn at the end of their turn. First turn or just every turn? But also it's dispellable, I think. Additional bonuses based on their rule. Attackers ignore taunt during their turn. Those with supports, the first time this character is defeated, they are revived. Tanks are immune to stun. Whenever enemy dispels a buff from a Jedi Vanguard ally, they are inflicted with provoked for 2 turns. Whenever a Jedi Vanguard ally is attacked at a turn, their cooldown is reduced by 1. That cooldown reduction clause is interesting. Provoked clause is resistible, dispellable. Weird. That protection up 100% being dispellable is also kind of a damper. It'd be crazy if it wasn't, though. So can Temple Guard reroll into these effects, or is he locked into that effect? Is also, I guess, a question. Tanks being immune to stun would actually hurt for Temple Guard. That would be a 1 less debuff that it gets Sticky Taunt on. But to be sure, if non-GL Jedi Vanguard allies have 50% or more turn meter, damage they receive is reduced by 75% until end of turn. Obviously, I've always been a big fan of this effect. One thing you have to be very conscious on is what speed the team operates on. Whether or not they're usually slower than the thing that they are fighting or faster. There have been times where we've seen it on other sorts of squads where you weren't actually benefiting all that often from it. Defense to offense. I tend to dislike this effect more than most, or like tend to associate it more with just like offense use. I mean, we've seen a lot of like plus offense effects. It might not be bad. Like, we also know that like Temple Guard boosts your defense by 100%. Also, it's D2O in a defense set. I don't know if that matters. I don't remember whether it's better to go defense on D2O or just like straight damage. But yeah, possibly considerable. Whatever Jedi Vanguard allies recover health, they recover protection equal to the amount recovered. Big deal for Jocasta, potentially. This kind of gives Barris a extra synergy piece with Jocasta. It represents a pretty good amount of offense ramp. But yeah, crucially, it has to be a situation where you are like losing and re-healing the health. Whenever Jedi Vanguard ally deals damage to an enemy and no other enemy's ability blocked, inflict ability block. Yeah, always a good effect. Can always like catch an opponent off guard on defense. I don't know if the long text is actually the best here. It's really going to depend on Depa and Mace kits, and it's really going to come down to how much I think this cooldown reduction one matters. The protection up being dispellable is unfortunate, isn't necessarily a death sentence for the clause, but is regrettable. Long test for Taunt Ignore is cute. I don't know. I guess, does the squad have that many dispels left? I guess when Jocasta goes sniper, they might not. Form 1 Jocasta has that on her special. Kellerenbeck does not. Temple Guard I don't think does. So it's down to the last 2 characters to possibly provide it. So yeah, the Taunt Ignore might actually end up being more impactful than it sounds. Kellerenbeck having a revive is not shabby by any means, but obviously, like, the biggest issue, or the biggest hurdle the squad is facing so far is Jocasta and keeping her alive with her Magna Guard clause. Alright, Gar. Whenever another ally uses the ability on their turn, Gar assists. This was good back then, it will be good now. The only problem, unfortunately, is, like, you can't, because of the DS Mando limitation, you can't necessarily just, like, hook in on, like, you can't do, like, Maul Wadgar ISC Candaris, right? Maybe if there is a level 9 here that enables it. We will have to see. But yeah, definitely not a bad effect. Cody. Okay, doesn't exist. Qui-Gon. It's more than nothing, but not far from it. Jar Jar Binks inflicts a debuff. Okay, next one, Ayla. Okay, next one, Luminaria. Okay, Canderous. That's not bad. Balin might co-op this, actually. Yeah, this might hit Balin, to be sure. I mean, it might even hit him all. Yeah, this is worth keeping an eye on. DCT, whatever he stuns an enemy gains crit damage and speed stacking. Way too slow. Way too, doesn't proc that often. Arc attacks at a turn, they regen. Not terrible, but if it was squad regen, I would feel a lot stronger on it. 5s, the first enemy falls below 30% health, they dispel debuffs on themselves, recover 40% health, and gain a bonus turn. Kind of cute for refusing like gas for versus Raisha, but eh. At the start of each Captain Tarples' turns, they reset their cooldowns and lose 5% health. That's actually fairly high impact. This is a strong contender for the Gungan choice. Kellerback, whenever he is dealt damage, reflect damage back as true damage. 20% is usually not that impactful. Whenever Gungan Phalanx loses taunt, remove 50% TM from all enemies. Phalanx doesn't necessarily taunt enough for this to be scary, but combined with the stun on special, this could represent a like pretty solid amount of disruption. I have to imagine defensively it's hard to say, because doesn't this mean that Tarpals will just only AoE, which is like not the worst, but Tarpals' other special is pretty decent. This might be decent for like if you're trying to consider Gungans on defense, just want to be a pain in the ass. Whenever an enemy takes a turn, ISC takes a bonus turn. That sucks. This is useless. If you compare this with Gar level 9, then it would be a different conversation. I mean, the only reason why you would care about this would be to, like, start Maul Frenzy. But it's... This is more of a cheese anchor rather than a typical use case. Like, a typical use case is just, like, early Maul starter. Maul and Darkside Meadows are always looking for something like this, but ISC's turns are the opposite of what he wants to be taking otherwise. I don't know. I'm sure I will probably end up building one just to try to look for opportunities to go Maul Mandos fishing. Django uses basic other allies. It has to be on his turn, though. If this was out of turn, then all of a sudden we're playing Maul Mandos like Mon Mothma or some shit. A bit too narrow, in my opinion. Scorch, whenever Scorch loses taunt, remove 50% TM from all enemies. Not terrible. It would possibly screw with some counters. Whenever CX gains stealth, they also reduce the cooldown of their special abilities by 1. That would be annoying for me for some matchups. I assume this just means he'll disarm you every other turn. Not terrible. Boss Nass, whenever he gains Retribution, he also gains House Seal and defense and speed? And not the best. Unless I'm forgetting like a TW Omicron clause or something that he's like crazy stacking speed. I think Gungans have way better choices to choose from. Whenever Maul critically hits an enemy, gains crit damage, defense, and offense until the end of battle. Maul is more interested in IOC9 or Gar9. Maul is very rarely the star of the show anymore. First up, Barris Offie is defeated. If there's at least one other active ally, revolve all other defeated allies, and other allies recover 100% of the protection, gain TM, and gain offense. We're back here again, aren't we? I mean, they fixed the interaction last time, so I assume it doesn't work this time, but we will see, and then you fucks will just report it even if it does work anyway. Despite having everyone having support crons that were like infinitely fucking stronger anyway. You're still gonna report the thing that like barely matters and doesn't change shit like Starkiller gets, right? You fucks. I hope you are happy now. Look. No, you're misunderstanding. We already went through this in set 16. I already put that together, and then I think it was Grex was like, well, this cannot stand. I demand that every team use support crons until you reported it. It was Grex or it was Flare. I'm firing strays everywhere. Watch it be nailed them, but I'm pretty sure. She will self-revive. It won't. I get it. We went through this exact interaction. It worked that way at first. And it got removed from the game. What you said is true. But people were like, yeah. The possibility of one team using a VSS 9 instead of using infinite crit damage cron was just like unforgivable. So they witch hunted it out of the game. Each time Bombardier and Flexibility block, they gain 10% TM. Yeah, not. Jedi Vanguards, I mean, I was mostly thinking in context of like 33. Jedi Vanguards don't really have too much impactful here. If this was per turn, this would maybe be a conversation, but even then, like, Luminar, like, Luminar just needs like a rework at this point. It is insane for a character to have an Omicron and have the rest of the faction be this fucked against that Omicron. It is almost just like a running joke at this point that every single Jedi Vanguard gets printed with protection up to like stop Luminar Omicron from working. You won't use it? I mean, that's a problem too, but so it won't work or they will get rid of it. So what's the wording on the effect? I forget. Yeah, if there is at least one other active ally. So when it first came out, the way it worked is it would check for Barris existing as one active ally and then remove everyone else. Grex was like, motherfucker, stop using non-support crons. I'm pretty sure it was Grex. I apologize if it wasn't. But also, you knew what the fuck you did. Yeah. I mean, technically, as it's written, it's true that it shouldn't work that way. It was just such a harmless effect that it's like, why the fuck? Why is this worth reporting? It was like the one reason for it to exist. That bug DC cost you a match? I'm glad it did. You should have understood the mechanics and played around it. The alternative is the Datacron not meaning anything to anyone. That's the reality we've got. That's the reality we got right now. It's not gonna do shit. All it achieves is people leaving Barris alive until last, but that's not the nightmare that it used to be in a lot of cases. I don't suspect it will be a nightmare here either. So the long text is confined to all allies being Vanguard, but what about the rest? Plo Koon with calibrated speed might actually be a pain in the ass for 50% TM or higher damage reduction. That might actually be notable. Barris also just gained a lot of reactive turn meter that will help push her. Obviously, it'll push her in and out of the damageable range, but I tend to think that it will help her more than it will hurt her. If that's true. Yeah, so like Plo Koon and JMK might benefit. Double guard is on for 3 years, bait speed. Yeah, he's probably gonna end up being like a Royal Guard type builds. Not necessarily like health over protection, but just chill, let the debuff reactivity go and just hold someone captive. Okay. So SLK on defense, probably. Mace is just impossible to tell. There's some stuff that feels defensively coded. Krennic, I don't know. It's really gonna come down to... Well, Lightside TM is gonna kind of hamper it, right? Because Lightside TM could just like get out ahead and stop LV from using AoE. It's really gonna come down to if someone can solve for just like not caring about the perm AB. My gut says it's too flimsy. But it also could be a situation where like maybe it's a back wall setup where like you draw enough front wall and it could like hit just right. Trying to think. There's any other ways that we can try to like push this shit. Mara Omicron and CW, I guess. Piet vaguely. Is the buff immunity still in? Like, that's still a part of it? Yes. Okay, so like, didn't Piet hook into that in some way? Fucking... Yeah, there are possibly ways. This feels like a little bit of like a glass cannon comp that I'm a little bit worried about how fragile it is. It's at least something to try pursuing play over. Jawa's probably not just going to be some offense Datacron. Data offense, Krennic, vaguely leaning defense, but kind of not really. It really just depends on if there's like a puzzle box buildable there. Ray, defense. Nebbit, probably not. Defense. Temple Guard, really kind of up in the air, but hopefully defense. I mean, we already know that support crown's good, so there's no reason to comment on it. Yeah, it's support crown. I don't think there's anything else to say about it. It was pretty good that back then. It'll still be good. Maul gets a boost. Gungans get a boost. Barris can maybe like roam to some degree and like try to be a pain in the ass in some squads. LV gets something to anchor onto, but I think it's coming more from the 6s than the 9s. Once the 21 goes. So it's like a 2-month extension so far. And then light side bulk. Light side bulk plus defense, I guess, is kind of the main story. Obviously, like, dark side can co-op defense just fine. It's just light side bulk on top. Creates a slight imbalance. Yeah, you have to choose, but like, we already know how people prefer to play this game. They want to hold everything, so I really doubt that I'm going to see it on defense. It will just be one more thing that people use to kill a squad. Yeah, interesting. Hopefully a fun set. There's some solid stuff in there. Oh, QA support cron. Surely we can just post QA support cron and not die to Bane. Or anything like that. That would just be absurd. Or Sawcron. Yeah, surely not. Alright, looking forward to it. Is it time to play soccer? Maybe it's not. It says waiting for game. Hopefully it's not down for maintenance. Well, I'm waiting. Well, the one I said it. Alright. I gotta find my sea legs real quick, but this game seems sick. I've been very excited for this shit. Okay, so the moment that you shoot, it locks in your aim. Fuck. Okay, I need to. Okay, holy fuck. We hooked it into goal. Ask to pass and find the goal. Okay. I was gonna play a safe on goals for now. I'm assuming it will teach us to bend. Sprinting, release with a push ball. Use the push ball with the direction on nearby ball to perform an oriented control. So it's just like a tap off. Yeah. Okay. It's an arcade soccer game. It's like it's made by the Sifu developers who made like a kind of John Wick fighting game. That was the wrong touch point. Is more like the raid. The mouse aim matters way more than I expected it to, but it makes sense that it would. Football. Okay, you can have this one. When we control the ball, release it with the push ball to avoid tackles. The dribble's like a little bit softer than I expected. Alright, we got flicks. All dribble stance, use moves to create space. Cover to block and use tackle to counter opponents. Defensive stance to deflect, use dash to reposition quickly. I keep disabling sprint to the tutorial, which makes it feel so weird to just like slowly walk up. Sliding tackle while sprinting to extend your tackling area. But, man. Up is fucking over. It's so over. Yeah, get fucked. How to share ball with your teammates. Or a ground kick to pass the ball to allies. Oh, looks like he did a no look. Damn. We got headers. A lob to pass it over. Lob it into the fucking goal. You could run for that. Control your aim and affect your shoot. Effect on your shoots to score. Is the A mark inside or outside? Okay, that. Okay, so it's inside. You sure? Fucking right off the post. The classic. Fucking goalie magnet. Okay, I'll try to bend it. You need to lead still. You can't just like hook. Or like you need some distance to hook. Stop kicking it past me. Okay. Preparing your shot, use your mouse to apply an effect to the ball. The cursor at the center of the screen indicates what direction you picked. Okay. Well, let's just simply sleep at the wheel. Goalkeeper defensive toolbox and sweeper roll. I kind of want to play goalie. Goalkeeper use defensive stance to catch the ball in space to dive on side. Okay, I played soccer / football at a crucial age where there was a time where people were too young to kick it blindingly fast, and there became a time where you could just no longer see the ball after it got kicked anymore, and you just had to guess. It appears that we are in the former, which is good because it's more fun. Tackleize our enemies with E to get the ball from their feet. So how sacred are keepers in this game? It used to be that as long as the ball was in play, you could kind of just do whatever you wanted. That'd be a bulwark, increase your reflex ability to stop balls. 6, 8, 10, huh? That was just a guess. This drill is honestly one of my favorite back in the day. That was not even on goal. That, I brought it back inside the line. That actually technically would have been a goal. Doing this actual drill, you would have just like a line of people just like do it faster than you could react. Like half of the drill was just learning how to scramble to get off the ground ASAP, like just in time to throw yourself back down again. Game? Let me out? Fuck. Come on, man. Can I be free now? What are we doing? Let me out. Where were we? Oh. Okay, but how? I don't just like practice. I just want to see how I feel. I was in it earlier. I know this shit exists. Where the fuck is it? Is it just those? What is happening? Oh, whatever. Maybe just jump in. How am I level 7? I haven't played a match. Wait. The fact that it's open mic is... Huh. Wait, why does it say... Okay, what was our goal? Now it's 1-0. Goalie is asleep. Right on the post. That... Wait, was that the keeper? Did they just pick it up and chuck it? I misread that. Holy fuck. Okay, that touch off was too strong. What? Pick it up? Fuck. Alright, he already bailed. Is there offsides? Match point mercy rule. I mean, technically they could have headed it off the backboard. Like, nice intercepts. Wait, he dove one and it bounced out? That's possible. I did be out. I'm playing way too shallow. I mean, it's not bad to be that shallow if you're worried about, like, getting shot at from long range, but... I usually tend to play way more aggressive. Nice block. What? The fuck? Oh, I was trying to get it on. Got it. Okay, how do I just like punt it? That is not the pass button. Why did it just pass? Ah, fuck. Good coverage. My approach should have been more towards the middle, but I was trying to corner off goal. Oh, maybe F, like lob is the punt? No, that's still just a throw. Man, I just want to like punt that shit downfield. The control scheme seems way more suited to just like starting it off on your side than like looking for long balls. Which is fair, I guess. Oh. Oh, mercy rule. Why is it big? None of those were saves? Really? This is just because I wasn't shallow? It was kind of similar that way in Rocket League too. Oh wait, are the colors not? Are they local side? It's not like server side. Interesting. Ah, that was good. I should have done it sooner. I'm using so much stamina. How did he do that? That's what I wanted to do. Nice. What? Oh, it doesn't pick up when you're sprinting, maybe. Ah, too hard. Ah, why did I put it over? It was like a good cross opportunity, but not in 3v3. Like we already knew the dude was behind me. They like long balls, which is fair. Just kick him in the back. Okay, you have to hold that shit. Wait, I didn't hold it. Why did it slide? Maybe it just has to be close enough. Now we're just playing goalie wars. Can he pick it up outside the box? I assume not. What? I was holding left, but it just punted it straight. What the fuck? Nice. Wait, so they just reverse the controls. So pass is punt and... Or shoot is punt and pass is throw? Oh, that was a good attempt. Oh, turn around. Can you tackle from behind? Ah, I was trying to get it straight to him. Run with it, maybe? It was too hard. My passes are either overshooting or undershooting at the moment. Oh, that was a good rush. Bye. What the fuck is this doing? Where are these 90-degree angles coming from? Technically speaking, I should be coming up to offer a pass. We did that. He should just play time. What? The fucking own goal decided the match. That's so there were times where it was just straight up doing a 90-degree and I didn't want it to, and there were times where I wanted a 90-degree and it didn't. Can I please go into free? Where the fuck is it? I did it once. I know there's just like a practice range. Did they like disable it? I don't know. Why? Okay, how the fuck do you short contests? It said to hold E to slide, but I'm just tapping it and it's still sliding. I was gonna get through robot, I'm out of stamina. Ah, I should have charge shot that. This guy is, dude is really good at blocking shots. He was sick of it. Fair enough. Too much. Number 2 is just so fucking good at the flex, man. It's like a second fucking goalie for them. Their defense is just on. Ooh, dangerous. These long balls are way too long. Fuck. I went from not knowing how to do it to just like throwing it at the corner. Okay. Wait, what did it say I scored? Because the sled. Oh shit. They were guessing. Oh, sharp angle. I don't feel like completely in tune with what I'm doing until I can like go to practice range and mess the controls, but like it seems like you need to identify that you're lined up with the ball, and then you need to worry about lining up your shot if we're talking like certain hard to hit shots. It's interesting. Why did I hook it towards him? Nice. I don't like the bounce though. He's got to come out. All right, all right. Ooh, close. I think I hooked that out. Where are you going? Where am I going? Okay. Fuse and I got some beef. I should have been ready to get that. I just my brain short circuited that. Okay, they're just running away from the ball. They deflected that. It's not a bad chip though. Buddy. Hey, that's alright. That's a fucking redeemer. Alright. Okay. Signs of life. I did not. I found that better. It feels like when every time that I do it in slide tackles, I'm like afraid to do it because I don't want to overcommit. Like, how do I just, like, poke? Okay, that's how it did it. Do I just have to be close enough to someone? That... I don't want to slide, man. I'm gonna fucking die. Wait, you can tackle the goalie? Ooh. Slide tackled the goalie from behind. That's like borderline ejection material. Dead in the corner. Holy shit. That was a good juke. I don't know how he did that. Alright, he's got moves. I should have come out, maybe. Checking if the goalie's awake. Too hard, too hard. Maybe? If they blues for it, maybe, but nah. It's my bad. Oh. What? I'm fucking annoyed. Why? It went from punting downfield to just like canceling the kick? Why? Fake the kick. What are we doing? The fact that you can fake a kick is interesting. I wish I knew why it happened. Like, I'm afraid I must insist. I should have just punted it sooner. There was a reason to wait that long. Oh, fuck. Almost a comeback. Okay, I'm rebooting the game to see if I get to the practice range. I know it exists. I was in there. Wait, escape replay? Is that it? Really? Okay. Because the cool thing is you can call it back to yourself like this. That was on post. Okay, so you can flick it out pretty decently fast. So what determines direction? I'm holding backwards, but it's shooting forward. It's a mouse movement? Oh, fuck. Okay, okay, okay. So you can just through ball straight up. No look. Okay, what about... I can't see how well it's arcing if you do like a behind lob. Okay, so you could hook it and send it. We're been doing a lot of that, I think. This is what I'm looking for. So shooting depends on where I aim, I assume. Yeah, like I can put bend on it, but it's aiming. Like it's a shooter. You might be able to sneak it in that way. It's tricky, but I think it's possible. There's decent power on that too. Control scheme solid. That's not bad either, actually. A no-look lob from out deep. Like, I think the sweet spot would probably be, like, about here, though. You lose a lot of power, actually. Yeah, see, we're going over. It's hard to read without looking. That's kind of sneaky. Okay, whoever we were playing with was doing some like major defensive moves with like a pretty long range dash, and I'm curious on. Alright. Right now, I'm really forgetting to use defensive moves when I'm in possession. Captain. What's the significance of team captain in this game? Too slow. You never want to see it rolling behind someone like that. Too hard. Fucking goalie wars. I need a lot more, I think. The lob is a little bit softer than I'm looking for, but it's still decent. Yeah, that worked out. I was so out of stamina. I was just trying to like do something convincing. I did not expect to break both of their ankles with that. I should have put it back to goalie. He was right. Oh, how do I block that? I should have done sharper at the corner. Ah, too late. How do I block that? I would have blocked that so badly. What? I keep on forgetting it's mouse based. I'm trying to hold directions. That's a good spot. Every time that I kick it downfield, it's just like straight to the corner. I mean, we still kept it, but not good. Maybe I need to just like do it but lower. Like I want that speed, but just not quite as far. Look at his whole possession. Lame as it is. Still some missed kicks, but better. Also, what was the sound? Ah, hello? Probably should have passed it. I thought I had a better angle of attack on the corner. Ah, again, how the fuck do I pressure that? Again, how the fuck do I? I feel like you should have let me go for that and stayed wide out. Nah. I can't get a defensive move off. Not hard enough for what I was looking for. That's my bad. I didn't think they were going to keep possession, so I was trying to pick it up, but oh, that's so weak. What the fuck is that lob? I'll let him. Fuck. I think I misclicked up and right when I wanted right. Why didn't I pick it up? Why is that aiming so sharp? I don't think he trusts me at this point. Sorry. Okay, good. He's coming out. Good, good, good. My mouse is not going that way. What the fuck? I should have stayed back. That's my bad. People are blocking me really fucking well, and I can't get a single block one, so there's some I'm missing. Is there a practice for that shit? Like, that just went through me. Okay, defense stance, sprint, extra effort, E, tackle. What? Okay, so there's a limited number of attempts. Like, it says E tackle. Oh, shift E. It's not hold E. Okay. I'm learning. I want to like intercept off of goalies though, but maybe it's just the same inputs. Okay, I just tried to watch their feet. So it will just straight up go through me if I'm not holding defense stance. Okay, can I control where it deflects out of defense stance? Can I just like do it in the free range? They even have a sound for the posts. I used to know someone who, like, any distance could reliably hit the post, like 100% consistency across like 30 plus tries. It'd be like, all right, top right corner. This is let me play goalie at all. Here we go. Wait, can we just do that as goalkeepers? Okay, that's actually kind of funny. Like a high tempo goalie. No reset button. Wait, so I can dive without going defense stance? Ah. So that sound cue lets me know when to start making a move. Oh. Okay, so they don't just let us punt it into the goal from my goal. Sir? So if we give it forward spin, does it actually just roll better? So I think that's what I want to start doing. Yeah, that's like a solid amount. So it is possible, it's just a matter of skill expression. Also, the game doesn't seem to care that I'm holding the ball outside the box. I guess they just immediately start dribbling it anyway, so it's not like you're running out with it. So if I put backspin on it, it's not like reversing at all, but it is kind of rolling less, I think. That versus... Yeah, that is different. Yeah, okay. I understand. And now I understand this too. It was over me. Nice. See, how do they? It's possible in the game. Now I know it's possible in the game. I just want to do it. Oh wait, the role swaps? Not what I was doing. Or maybe it was that I didn't realize. Too soft. Making sure they're awake. Oh. So what are my options when I'm in defense stance? Like, can I lunge? That's so tragic. Holy shit. See, how do I intercept that? Oh, that was really good. I don't know how to like do a jumping header. Unfortunate. Not the best shot, but it worked out. Okay, defense said stop stamina regen. Interesting. Or at least slows it. How did they get one bounce into the goal? Interesting. What the fuck is that? So I was looking to the right and I threw it to the right because of that? It's so sensitive with that. Fucking post. Interesting. That self goal is so annoying. You can't move when you're putting the input in anyway, so I really wish it would just like oh, there's a look at ball button. Cool. It doesn't seem like there's an option for it. I just have to be used to it then. It feels so natural to like want to keep swinging the camera. But I guess once you're committed, you're committed. Oh, what? Why the fuck? Dude, these directions are tilting me. I might start playing on a controller just to stop having to deal with this shit. You don't need it. Oh, you hate to see that happen. Why did their dive cancel? It was not an easy angle of attack to work with on their part. Ah, that's tough. So that'll just straight up iframe through. Oh. I guess that's tough as shit as a goalie. I play air stuff like that is what I did all the time in real life. My mouse accuracy for like flicking to the goal is real bad right now. It was a good opportunity. Nice. Nice. That was a good settle. I don't know how to do that. How is that not a penalty? Okay, the post has saved our life twice. Oh. Last shot indeed. Manually join, I'll take it. Too soft. No, 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 it's good. Oh. Alright. Okay, I just wanted to clear it. I didn't want to just send it to like, how do I body block that shit? MVP. 4 interceptions, 4 passes. Interesting. In Rocket League, it usually went to the person who scored most. Alright, we got a good ball controller. I probably should have sent it over to Omni. Interesting that this game has punching. Too far up. What are we doing here? Come out. Too hard. Just walking it in. What? It's really tricky between aiming for the shot versus looking for it to be coming. Ooh. That's the shit I'm paranoid about coming out too far. Like, I don't know how much air game you can have as a goalie in this game, but if it goes over your head, it just sucks to have happen. As good as coming out is. What the fuck are we doing here? Like, I'm trying to set up for crosses and quarter plays. It's not on the menu, I guess. Was that a chip? How did he do it with that much height? Praise be the post. I tried to take out sprint and just do a short tackle, but I guess you have to, like, let the sprint end. Unfortunate. The point of thumbs up too. Good possession. Good possession. Damn. What? Oh. I don't see that. I had that happen to me once. It was the worst feeling. Alright, we're 2-second. This is not good. Yeah. If I knew he was coming over, I would have just stayed between him and goal. Oh. What? Oh, so it is possible. There was no bounce. How the fuck did they get it that hard? Is it like a perfect release timing? Okay, so goalie wars are on the menu. Why do I keep on jumping up when I'm trying to hold a direction? It feels like if I'm holding forward and left, it's just translated to jump up. Damn. A bit unearned, but happens. He wants to go, I guess. Ah, good block. Fucking post. I did a head count. I was like, that Goal looks empty. Hello. I forgot I was in here. I went to stream. Technically, I still am. No, I'm just playing rematch. It's fucking fun, man. I mean, I'm pretty much just sitting here chilling. I mean, Rocket League wasn't the best game for streaming either in terms of, like, it's more fun to play than it is to watch, but it's cool. There's a goalie role, but it dynamically swaps based on who's in and who's out, so, like, if you fall back to defend, you can take over the role. They're gonna tell people to go long. I had a undershirt over a long sleeve shirt, and I was like, this shit looks like Kevlar. So I just made him try to make John Wick. I'm trying to set up for, like, corner crosses, but it seems like people aren't that used to it yet. It's pretty mouse aim. It looks like there's, like, a mouse or a camera to ball button, but I haven't got it. Or I haven't like looked it up to remember what it is yet. And the camera actually matters because you have like shooter aim on when you kick. I'll show you some of this stuff in like free range I'm out of this match, but like you can straight up like no look pass and shoot and shit. It's real nice. The pass button is like real slick when it works too. Like there's some shit in here that Rocket League really ought to shamelessly steal. You got a button for hey I'm open, you've got a button for I don't remember what I was gonna say. I fucked up. I had one person like fuck up and own goal for me, and there was a celebration that was like pointed thumbs up. They know what they're doing. Okay. Uh, oh. Oh! What? Oh. whatever reason, I could not move or do anything. Actually, apparently, I can give out rematch invites, so if you change your mind in the next 3 days. Guaranteed. Alright. I don't know if it was that map that bugged or what. Straight through my legs somehow. I tried at the ball recovery. I think I should have gone defense stance. Nice. Oh. Bruno Corner. Why? Better. Too soft. Good lord. I don't know if there's any defensive option for when you're behind them. I should be on that. Oh, it's gonna bend too much. Fuck. That was a warning shot. Alright, I got off. What? Too soft. Oh, it made her keeper. It took the keeper roll from me. Fuck. I didn't realize. Yeah, I dove out of the box. She slid in. Makes sense. Oh. I should have been covering. Running back's the white keeper, I guess, but there we go. The lightest touch. Oh. Tough. I think they keep goalie as long as they stay in the box. They are in the goal. I panicked a bit. It was a good through ball. Just a bit hard. Oh. Oh, damn. I don't know what to do there. I need to learn how to like header it and all that shit. Like I was closer to it, so I would have had priority, but the fuck is this song version? Unfortunate. Huh? They faked it? Ah, how do I intercept that? That might have been too high. But still. Props to them for baiting the goal. Good shit. Props to me for sucking ass. I don't know why I didn't die for that. It's just head empty moment. Did I not get hands on that? Nah. That's the shit that's tough, where you have to like swing the camera around before the ball arrives. You just have to know that you have it. The fuck are we doing? I ran out of the box. I lost my gloves. It must have been a superstar, but it wasn't paying off until now. Honestly, that should not have worked. I feel like. Like, what the? What? Why did it drop position? Was it because of the super sprint? Wrong type of spin on that. I think if I put spin in towards the gold, then it might have given him a shot setup, but instead I pulled him out towards the corner. That was incredibly annoying to play with. Fuck that player. Ball hog, like roaming goalie, never actually played the role. Good lord. So lob his header? I mean, I'll queue up. The same bug again. Somebody activated like a magnifying glass mode, and I think it's just fucked.